You know, maybe if I had early access, I wouldn't be rushing as much, but Reanimal is coming out in like 6 days. You skip most content? Are you actually fucking trolling? You've got to be trolling. Do you look at this map, bruh? All right, like, yeah, I didn't get everything, but I literally did everything in the map. There is some stuff I skipped, but who cares? What's up, Axel? Hey Yashi, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you, man. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly, I'm kind of worried that if I do too much side content, I'm gonna like burn myself out on the game though, because it gets a little like, I don't know, when you're just like running around the map, just like collecting everything, it starts to feel like a fucking Ubisoft game, kinda. I don't know, there was a few fights so far that gave me, that at least took like a few tries, Axel. There's just so much like side content to do in this game, I don't know, it's... And it's like, I don't need to do all this side stuff. Yeah, I don't know, Axel. I mean, like, there was this boss fight that I was trying to do, oh yeah, here. I was trying to do this boss, and man, that shit right currently, because I'm like level 60. This boss fight was ass. I didn't actually beat it yet. I'm just gonna go back later, because it was like, I don't know, everything is so fucking tanky. Or the boss fight was legit taking like 10 minutes. Hello, Kukuya. Thing is, there's not that many side missions.
The palace is supposed to house not only the barrier, but also the spirit. Its purifying abilities have been revealed eras long past.
Yeah, I'm using the...
For many years, it has maintained peace.
I'm using the Tonfa currently.
So what is this anomaly?
I'm using the Tonfa and the axe now.
This whole city is frozen over.
It's like Dark Souls 3 DLC chat.
I grew sick of running for the cliffs in fear.
How's Nioh 3 so far? I mean, I'm enjoying it. It's, Oh, there's a crucible there. I like that they made it kind of like open world-ish. Inventor, snow, and winter areas. Well, yeah, but like... I mean, bro, you're like going down the ramp there. Going down that ramp was very much like DS3. Let's be real. Early access drama. Honestly, I don't even want to talk about it anymore. It's whatever, man. Oh, that was so delayed. What the fuck? It looks like he's gonna do a spin, but then he doesn't. The ninja build. Dude, I don't know. I like the axe, but I don't really know how to like use the axe without like taking a lot of damage. I don't know. Whenever I use heavy stance, I feel like I'm just so vulnerable. Yeah, I don't really give a shit about the story in this game. How the hell am I supposed to get up there? Can I get up there? Is there a pathway back there? Collision is horrible. Yeah, I don't know. Doesn't seem like I can get up there. Found a skip? Oh, that's cool. No, I didn't see that. Oh, maybe you just go down and then up. He might have killed me with that if I didn't interrupt it. Okay, how does it work, Axel? Is it like, are you using like a special move to like go out of bounds or like jump past something? Or is it just, you just like double jump? Oh, what the heck is this? I've been using the quick change scroll. Honestly, it's like so OP. I think that was what it was called in Nioh 1, right?
I need to hurt you.
This is the first part. We're in the second zone right now. The second region. The boss is interesting so far. I mean, the main story bosses have been good. If you do side content in this game, though, there's, like, nothing new. Okay, I shouldn't say that. I'm sure there is some new stuff, but, like, I feel like every single side mission I've done has just been... Every side mission I've done has just been, like, bosses from Nioh 2 or Nioh 1. Let's see the skip. The skipper. Oh. So are you doing some, like, tech to get higher than usual? Oh, you're doing, like, a move. Wait, are you able to do a mid-air dodge after you do that move? That's cool, though. That skip's probably gonna be fixed, though. Dude, I swear the Nioh... I feel like the Nioh devs hate speedrunning. I could be wrong about that, though.
Proceed with caution.
Like, in Nioh 1, they fixed those skips that we found so quickly. There was, like, 2 skips in Nioh 1, and they both got fixed, like, very quickly, from what I remember. They had no issues with the OP feathers. Yeah, but that's not a skip. That's just like... Okay, these bombs are actually kind of goated, I'm not gonna lie. What's up, Toby? I don't know. I think it was actually Team Ninja that was like upset with me for not making the video. I don't think Koei. Well, I mean, I'm sure Koei Tecmo wasn't like happy, but I don't know. The Koei Tecmo guys that I met were all like really nice, so I feel like they were more understanding. But who knows? It doesn't really matter, anyways. It is what it is, man. Oops. State of play announced for the 12th. Do you think we're going to see RE9 demo? That would be pretty sick. I mean, they have done a demo for every other game, so... Won't be invited to the Nioh 4 event. That's okay. I don't want to get blacklisted from early access again by going to the event. That is, I still find that so funny though, that like just never in a million years did I think that by going to like play a game early, I would be then therefore like barred from having early access. It's just crazy. Game has too much loot, man. Let it go. Oh, I've already let it go. Doesn't mean I'm not allowed to talk about it at all. I just think it's funny. It was made by Ninja the streamer, yes. That was a shortcut. What am I doing with access loot? Well, I've been dismantling it, but to be honest, I don't know if I'm gonna do NG plus for this game. I mean, I wanted to, but honestly, because not to bring up the early access thing again, but I just don't know if I'm gonna have enough time to do like New Game Plus necessarily, because I still want to do the Resident Evil marathon before RE9 comes out, and Reanimal comes out in 6 days. So yeah, I don't really know if I'm gonna have the time to do New Game Plus. I wanted to. Maybe if I got early access, I could have. Could have done New Game Plus.
Incompetent wretch! Why will you not obey? Cease this!
Okay, so the thing is, there's like a path over here as well. I want to check. The mad spinner. I feel like it was way stronger in the demo. I don't know. I feel like my spin move like really doesn't do that much damage. What do you think is going to be the speedrun weapon, Axel, if you're still here? I think I asked you the other day, but I don't know if I caught what you said. The new spinny move. What the hell is this? Somebody's supposed to be here? And 3-hit kill all boss. That sounds kind of absurd. Has a skill where you can't get stunned. Oh. 3 hits seems a little... That seems kind of crazy, though. 3 hits? Really? I'm just gonna activate Living Spirit. Okay, Axel. Well, this Terra guy in chat seems to think Katana's the best, so I don't know. Whether to allow clans. Oh, okay. Some of the clan bonuses seem really good, actually, in this. Key Pulse Heaven. Cause oh. Ooh, that's a nice one. Sword is really good, but not for speed.
Shizuka has already cleansed the impurity that plagues.
I want to try
the
more
Nioh
weapons in this game, but
barrier.
it's just like
Takechio, you are unacquainted.
it's kind of overwhelming when you switch
Follow
weapons.
the remaining barriers to the source, and your paths shall surely cross.
Lord Takechio, a pet one with a... I likely... If someone... I cannot... Situation...
Where am I? Yeah, Axel. I mean, it's not even like it's just annoying like looking at it's just kind of annoying looking at all like it just takes so long. It took me a long time to actually switch weapons earlier. Because I switched to the axe. I switched to the axe and the tonfa, and I probably spent like 20 minutes in the skill tree, like choosing all my skills and then equipping the ones I wanted. Maybe a slight exaggeration, but it definitely took a little while. What skills do I have on the axe? Well, I don't even remember, to be honest. I have the Wind Spinner, Southpaw, Bear's Bane, Adamantine, Victory Rush. This one's kind of nice, at least. I feel like because you can like keep your combo going when you with Victory Rush.
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring.
Okay, give me Anonymous, thank you for the gifted sub, man. And raw dogging the game and not even using the skill points you get. Damn. I don't know where I'm going. There's two different paths. Heaven and Earth is good for punish. I felt like, see, Heaven and Earth is good, but I feel like it's so slow. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I feel like every time I tried using Heaven and Earth, I just got hit and like interrupted. Holy shit, this is so hot. You don't start with it? Yeah, that's fair.
Yokai doing here?
What's up,
This
Cookie?
was just a quiet little village.
Oh, I'm so excited for Resident Evil 9, chat. Need to beat RE8 before release. Get on it, dude. What are you doing? Actually, you still have time. No, I mean, I'm part of the Capcom creator program, so I'm pretty sure if there is early access for RE9, I'm gonna be getting it. The only reason I didn't get early access for Nioh 3 is because it's just, it's the whole thing is so stupid, honestly. I don't know. Going forward, I'm just gonna make sure that if I get invited to an event, I know exactly what's required of me. He's pooping on me. way. Dude, what is that hitbox? What the fuck? That was such... I feel like I wasn't even close to that. What is this? You think ninja is easier than samurai? Probably depends on the weapon more than anything. I feel like ninjas, the dodges on ninja are really nice.
Welcome home, Ashley.
Bro, what are this guy's hitboxes? Like, actually. Nice. It's like I'm playing fucking Elden Ring. These guys are so unbelievably tanky, it's crazy.
There are so many yokai!
Voice acting. Oh! Oh! English is bad. English is great. Epic and poggers. Dreamer starts moaning. Sorry. Do enemies continuously spawn from these circles or something? Bro, what is with these rocks? Why did they make the hitbox so tiny? No one plays Samurai? No, Samurai's good. I mean, when I was using the Switchblade, I preferred Samurai. But now that I have the Tonfas, I'm kind of preferring Ninja, to be honest. I don't know, most of the boss fights I've done, I've felt like it was easier. Wait, what? Oh. Most of the boss fights felt like easier in Ninja, just to like dodge them. Like the dodge in Ninja is just so good. Wait, am I back at the start? Dude, where the place is confusing as shit. Did I not? Wait, did I not use a quick change scroll? I thought I did. I guess not. Yeah, you can dispel the yokai puddles. You have to find the skill though, but yeah, there's a skill that's like... Oh, the fucking door was right there too. It makes it so you dispel it when you do a dodge, basically. You hate how the compass on the top right doesn't show the map? Me too, dude. I don't know what, like, I don't understand why they made a map and then didn't have it show up on the, like, mini-map. I feel like that was a mistake. Dude, I swear, this game also drops your inputs sometimes. I'm almost like certain it just drops your inputs sometimes. They felt it was better. In what world? In what world is it better? Dude, I don't know. There's times where like I'm in high stance, right? And I'm like pressing X multiple times and I just go I only do one attack. Like I don't know what happened, but I don't know. Darkened matter, that seems a bit absurd. It's not like they're real-time rendering the map or anything. It's just a picture. I can't imagine that would have any impact on performance. Try to use an item or switch weapons and the game just ignores you. Yeah, this game definitely has like an input dropping issue, 100%. What? Ah. What's up, Mr. Maneki? It's been fun. Oh, you have like no movement at all. That did a lot of damage. Can I get behind you, please? Holy shit. can't remember. Like 60 something. Yeah, I know I could check with the status screen. I just don't really care that much. Oh, oops. Is it possible for... I want to grab the shrine, but now... Oh. I kind of remember if touching a shrine respawned all the enemies. I guess it's just when you, like, reload the area.
Originally, the capital was inhabited by great numbers of yokai.
Oh my god, this fuck... dude, honestly, fuck this spin to win. This shit is ass. Like, you just have no control. Bro, what is fucking... What is happening right now? Almost just died to this guy, dude. No? Bruh. Whatever, you know what? I don't even... You fucking piece of shit. You know, whatever. You could... Ah, you fucker.
I can't even. Though I, given that wonder they asked. Noble dung ball. Dude, what is this area? I don't like this area at all right now, Chad. Fuck this place, dude. Where am I? I'm just going in circles, dude.
Thought we were flushing Nioh 3. I mean, I was thinking about it. But, I don't know. I wanted to play the game. I'm not that petty of a person. Flush it. I don't really have anything else to do. I'm just waiting for RE9, man.
I like
I mean, I always have stuff that I can do, but I don't know. I mean, I like Nioh. I like the game. It's not. I mean, it's not my. You know, it's not as. I'm not as excited for this game as I was, like, you know, Elden Ring or anything, but something new to play. My favorite enemy, yeah.
When did I get injured? Was it that whirlwind?
You get so much more merit when you're in the later zones, though. I feel like that's kind of, like... I mean, I guess it makes sense because the amount that's required increases as you get higher level, but it's like... I feel like it's almost not even worth getting the Kodamas in the first zone if you're gonna get 50 in the second zone. Like, one Kodama in this zone is equivalent to 5 in the previous zone. Yeah, you just don't do good damage in this game with Ninja unless you're behind the enemy. Ow. Special move. Okay. That's cool, man. I think this is like the 5th time I've fought this boss now. By the end of this game, I'm gonna have fought this boss like 20 times. I don't know, it feels like I've fought this guy like a million times already, but maybe it's not. Maybe I'm over-exaggerating. should put on, I don't know, I have like a pill that like recovers the... This one. Boss jumps around way too much. Bro, like... Oh my god, dude. Well, it's a lot of Ambrita. Could try this guy out. It's level 81. Do you always get a soul core though? I thought it was like a random drop, no? On bosses always, so. this move do? Did I just hear a Kodama? Scampus? Heard something. My bonus from titles? No. What the? Sure. Can respec these? Yeah, I mean, I'm not worried about it. I'll just put points in random shit. I don't really care. Medicine efficacy. Maybe I should have put more into that. Jesus, there's so much shit, dude. What the f... It's actually insane. What the hell is this Scampus, dude? Am I blind? Did I miss it? Oh. Disappear if you haphazardly approach while pursuing them. What the f... Did they really have to make this even more stupid?
Oh.
What do you get for giving the fur balls, by the way? I gave him some in the Eternal Rift before, but I didn't really know what it did. I can grab his soul core. What did he drop one? Hey, Forest Arrow. What's up, dude? You're complaining so much? Okay, then don't watch. I mean, I don't know, man. I really don't think I'm complaining that much. I just don't really like the scampuses or like chasing them around. People who really like Nioh is that if you say anything bad about it, they will. It's like you attacked their entire fucking like personality or something. Dude, I feel like I'm gonna fall in the... Can you not be there, please? I'm gonna fall in the water. I don't know. I had a guy in chat the other day, and I said like one bad thing about the game. Like, it wasn't even a bad thing. I was saying that it's annoying to switch weapons in the game because it's like overwhelming spending like 50 skill points between like having to respec 2 weapons completely and like relearn all the skills. And I don't know. This guy was like. He was like flaming me and attacking me for saying that. What the? I just did so much damage. What the? It's a mermaid. Okay, this crab, this is like... You gotta die, my man. Stop spamming that. Thank you.
Welcome home, Mission One.
So we have the middle scroll and the high scroll now, I think?
I can't return to Kyoto like this.
I don't even know what these scrolls are for, but
maybe there's a way to vault
got something.
across.
Another scampus. Hi, buddy. This is a stealth scampus again? Hopefully not. At least this one didn't go very far. You buy this game, that's up to you. You can play the demo though and see if you like it. Tried the demo, but this game is not for you. Yeah, that's fair. I like Nioh, but there's definitely some things about the game that I wish were different as well. Am I gonna upload Nioh 3 to YouTube? Probably, well, it'll be on my VODs channel. I don't think I'm gonna upload it to my main channel or anything, but... Sometimes it feels like even if I'm behind the enemy, I'm like not actually behind the enemy. I don't know. It's weird.
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
Not getting flown out for Nioh 4. Bro, I don't want to get flown out for Nioh 4. I would rather have early access than get flown out and not. Honestly, they should have invited Axel. Have invited Ella. Well, Ella wouldn't go to that, I'm sure.
This stench.
This guy a friend?
So foul, I can't even swallow.
Oh, I go by wounded in battle. News of a flood brought
He's
me.
looking
Not
for
sure where my
healing
house-
springs.
By the way, the stench here is so why not head over and maybe you could.
Oh, you wanna go in the bath with me, dude? What the fuck is that? Has a face on it. Do I have something to cure poop? I don't remember if there is an item for poop. Unless, is it wait, is it just the antidote? No.
Hey, where are you going?
Dude, I don't know. Where are you going? Where's the fucking hot spring?
The spark is aflame! It's burning!
Clean at last. Putrid hideaways have been my only refuge from yokai. Real headache that's been. If not for this old injury, I'd have dealt with the yokai myself. By the by, you see that sinister-looking spot southeast of here? There's something familiar about those ruins. I'd wager my house lies just beyond. But with all these yokai about, I could never make it there alone. It'd mean going back into the stench. But I happen to have a rather unique bath in my house. I'll let you soak to your heart's content if you take me there.
Sounds kind of sus, bro. I don't know if I want to go to your house. Gonna activate the shortcut. Oh, ninjutsu. Didn't realize I was in an enemy base. I wasn't paying attention to the UI. How far into the game am I? I'm in the second region of the game. I don't know where this guy's like. I don't know where I'm going, bro. Chill, bro.
I shall wait here.
Okay. I'm really not sure what like the best moves on the Tonfa are.
Over here!
We did it. Somebody said you can jump up the ladders. Wait, can you like jump onto them? Oh, you can. Game good? No, it's fucking shit. Oh, it's been fun. I like it. I hit this down? Routing? No, I don't think I have any intention of like speedrunning the game, to be honest. I just don't have the time. Honestly, if this game came out at a different time, I would maybe have considered speedrunning it. Plans to go back to Dead Space and learn the new speedrun strats. I don't know, man. Hope RE9 is a good randomizer. I wouldn't count on it, to be honest, but maybe. It's another one of these fucking big guys. Why can't I fast travel? Oh, I guess I'm in combat with that crab. I guess we should try to go to this guy's house. I don't know where to go, or like how to get up there. He said it was to the southeast. Wait, did I hear a Kodama? Oh wait, no, that was just the shrine. Where is this guy's house? Is it over this way? Ninja Gaiden 4? No.
This way!
Isn't this where we came from, bro? Like, where are we going?
The stench is as foul as ever. I hope my house still stands.
Guess over this way. Oh yeah, aren't these the things that like make it stenchy or smelly? There we go.
You must stand firm! Let's keep at it, all right?
These wasps are relentless. No matter how many we slay, they keep coming.
Get so many spirit stones from these guys. It's kind of nice. Dude, God, this area is so big. $8,000 damage, damn. I love using the guns and bows on the human enemies. Just so good. Wait a second, is this?
Over there!
I wasn't sure if I've been here before. It just all looks the same. I feel like I've been here before. I'm so confused. No, I have been here before. Okay, I just never looted that other room, I guess. This is where the shortcut was. Okay, I'm just going in circles.
The stench is as foul as ever. I hope my house still stands. Show yourselves, eh, yokai? I want nothing more than to return home, lock my blood, and be slain. The old wounds are flaring up. I can keep going. Let's press on.
Toilet bitch.
We're really fucking
this
RP walking. No,
cannot
the
be my
bath.
house.
Well, the bath is still here, though, actually.
No! But look, my precious bath is just as I left it. This calls for a nice cleansing dip.
What about me?
Perfect. Oh, Aren't you coming in? No need for restraints. Ah, so heavenly. Oh,
He just died? He, bro. He pooped himself? What the fuck is going on? What is the game trying to tell me here? The new visitor in the Eternal Rift. Oh. Wait, am I actually able to do this Spirit Vein? It had. Wait, why wasn't I able? Are you not able to do this when you're in combat or something? Because I'm confused. I tried to do this before, but it didn't let me. All right. I guess I had to do the quest to do it, which doesn't really make much sense, but whatever.
Look at how it's changed. Is this really Sutsaku Avenue? It's completely unrecognizable.
Okay.
The sheer number of yokai here can understand the barrier here
Is another shrine here? Like we were just at a shrine. We have some new skills. We should probably take a look at them soon. Alright, well, let's go clear out this left area, I guess. Oh yeah, good luck. Is your Uber here, Sharon? Okay. Hold on, I'll be back in 1 sec.
Oh, very good. Very good indeed.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
You haven't played Dark Souls 1, Axel? The heck?
So cold. My end is near. If only I had a final cup of warm tea.
First the Genpei War, and now the yokai? Would the peace returns to the world soon?
Oh. Oh, what is that? Sword? There's gonna be like a master here or something if you do a quest, probably. I had to guess. Should probably equip some better stuff. Wish there was a way to scroll through the menu faster. It's so slow. Untouched elixirs. Oh, I think that's the one that gives you a chance to use an elixir without it, like, using anything. Yeah. That attack scares me, man. Bruh.
may have avoided drowning, but we can't venture out with all the yokai around.
So much shit. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. Flicks reduce defense, increase damage dealt on an enemy after a successful final blow or grapple. Oh, that seems good. The rate at which you build up poison and paralysis. Oh. These were like skills in the previous game, I think. Locked. Doors locked. Dude, where the fuck am I even? Oh my god. You see. Well, we should probably do whatever this red thing is here. There's also this area to the south. I guess we need the scrolls, though. And also get the Chijiko here.
You print money. I like money.
Yo, Seki, thank you for the 69 months, man. Tacky Plan, thank you for the sub. What is this thing?
The Crucible's power is so strong that it cannot be approached. A barrier in need of purification yet stands.
Okay, I need to go to the south.
Investigate, would you, please?
Another locked spirit vein. The Crucible. Alright, let's go to the south.
What's this? Falling so suddenly?
It's an open world, yeah, basically.
The spider!
Back to your little ship. Bro, holy shit, you are annoying as fuck. Oh, a Kodama in there. There's a hot spring here too. Oh, luckily this enemy. Oh. I love not being able to see anything. Great. Jesus. Where's this other
It is
Kodama?
likely that it was the camel on Nioh mage who tampered with the barriers. I once saw this barrier with my own eyes just past the gate. Takechio, be on your guard.
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
I wonder how I'm supposed to get to that hot spring. Yeah, I mean, I do wish that, you know, the sequels for this game had a bit more enemy variety. What happens if you drop into this room without kicking it down? I guess you're just fucked. Just have to teleport out. Have I tried parrying during boss fights? Yeah. Well, what do you mean? Like deflecting or... Yeah, I mean, I deflect bosses. You can't really do it in ninja stands, but you can do it in samurai. It's good.
Even Master Kukai's 5-story shield is frozen over.
Dude, stop fucking shitting on me. What the... Disgusting. I did feel violated. Gross. Aaron has a DLC out already. I don't know. Are you asking me or are you telling me?
Insolent!
Wretched samurai. How could you defile such a sacred place?
Okay. Guess he's just gonna leave me alone. Oh god, what is this? Can I aggro just one of them? Oh, okay. Oh yeah, you're right. There is one of those enemies. We have a lot of Kodama blessing.
It's unbelievable. The yokai burned my comrades to a crisp.
There are drops enabled? There should be.
You reek of yokai slaughter. My severed arm falls out for vengeance!
him go.
Slay a yokai as you please! You'll face retribution! The past shall not be repeated!
How am I not hitting her in the back right now? The boss to use and try as well. I mean, the preservation talisman is OP.
Yes. The talisman my young protege left in our care can dispel the impurity. Approach the barrier. I do not know why, but Yoritomo appears to be provoking Nioh mages to defile barriers, only to have his underlings expunge the surge of Aratama. Nonetheless, he cannot be left unimpeded. Make haste.
Alright. Like I said, man, some Nioh fans are just, I don't know, they got a screw loose or something. is this thing? I like how I beat the boss first try and then he proceeds to call me low skill. What is he mad about? I don't know. He's mad that I'm not using 17 different skills when I'm fighting a boss. I need to use every single skill that's possible. Otherwise, I'm trash. Wait, is the Kodama over here? Oh. Oh. Maybe it was a copy pasta, but I don't think so. So many quests up here. Oh yeah, I can't do that spirit vein.
Ah, noble samurai, might you lend me your aid?
Oh.
I fear that they should be in a large house.
Is that the only old mages from Camel? What in the world are they doing here?
Well, this is like hidden or something. You have to actually request that one. Thought I killed this guy already. Oh. You know, I had a feeling that was gonna hit me, but I didn't think it would kill me. I thought I could just kill. Like I knew I was gonna get hit there, but I didn't think it would do that much damage. What is this golden chest that's here, though? Like... Was it the wheel monk? It must be like hidden in the crystals or something. There's just stuff that I can't get to right now. Is it? Oh yeah, it is this one.
That demonic stench. No mortal form can conceal it. As the mighty Yorimitsu's four guardians, I challenge you.
But then will they?
We kind of destroyed that guy with our our ninjutsu. Oh, is this the box?
Could this be the box the Onmyo mage spoke of? Looks more like a stone urn than a box.
No, I'm gonna go
Something
back
seems to
and
be
fight that
sealed
other boss
within,
later. I just wanted to get a
along with
bit stronger.
foreboding presence.
Yeah, my damage was just so bad on that fight.
Brought down the Demon Slayer.
Why do I feel like this guy's gonna attack
I
me?
had all sorts of trouble without this urn. I guess your job here is done.
That's the end of it. Now, what could be contained within the urn? The seal is quite strong. It's unlikely to open. Without knowing the contents, it is beyond us. A monk named Shinran resides nearby. Let us leave it in his care. Then
Yeah, the
no
soul core is
yokai
pretty
should
good,
be able to
for
reach
sure.
it.
I gotta it's like saying that I can do it, but I can't. Alright, well, we basically did everything in this area. I guess we should go to the 3 barriers here. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to get to this part, though, because maybe I can just jump up.
You've arrived, Lord Takachio.
These shrines are so close to each other.
Gozu Tenno is enshrined here at Yasaka Shrine, as he is the queller.
But yeah, I'm in the second region of the game right now.
What has become of our capital? Please, Samurai, do something!
Did so much damage. Dude, like right there, maybe I was out of stamina.
Shrewd as he is,
Holy shit, that is like
he's still vigilant. He is the cause of Henke's growth. Must. Are you hurt?
I feel like I need to equip something to get behind enemies better. Like dodging behind them doesn't really work that well. I imagine the thing is... I feel like my inputs just get eaten so much in this game. It's fucking crazy. Like, I don't know how it happens so often. Turning speed is like unfucking believable. It's so bad. There's no action queuing. Yeah, maybe that's the issue.
Even the 9-story pagoda's been frozen over. This is unbelievable.
Random bullshit go, yeah. Dude, the shrapnel bombs are actually really fucking good. How do I go back down? Do I just die, I guess? Do you take no fall damage if you land on the thing? I guess not. Throwing stone. How are you even supposed to get that item up there? Ah, whatever, who cares? I think we have to go up. Progress here. And yeah, that's just the Nioh classic. They love to reuse their enemies. But yeah, I mean, there is new stuff as well.
Cut it out! This is mine, I said!
This is a hot spring? Every other game too, though? I mean, yeah, like, reusing assets is fine. But, like, imagine if Dark Souls 2 came out and half the game, or like 75% of the game was just enemies just from Dark Souls 1. And then there was like 10 new enemies, or like 5 new enemies, you know? Obviously, it's maybe not like fair to compare this game to Souls games, but that is one thing that's really nice about FromSoft is like, if you know, even if it's a sequel, like, you're gonna get more or less completely new content. Is there nothing here? Or am I missing something? There was this door. Yeah, I don't... I feel like I missed a path somewhere. Yeah, I mean, that's true, I guess, Axel. But at the same time, like... You know, it's also a lot of the same, like, moves and mechanics from... Like, they already have a foundation, and they're reusing a lot of the moves and things from that foundation, which is fine.
Not that way.
But yeah, I mean, Nioh games are definitely more complicated. Yeah, they do it. Of course they add new things. I'm not saying it's all, like... all the same, but...
You, Prince Monk. I like you.
I don't know, I'm confused. This way.
The barrier lies just ahead. Advance.
Bounce. Oh, I didn't know I would be getting put into a cutscene.
So you have come. This time shall be the last.
I don't know. I mean, I still think Nioh should have more enemy variety. Especially if you're gonna make the game... If you're meant to play through the game like fucking a million times to get to like the true difficulty. I don't know, it's just... Well, this sucks.
Are there no morals too sacred to trample in pursuit of your goals?
Cannot fall back here. Takachio, know your limits.
Dude, like, what is this guy's fucking key regeneration? Like, we have two people just fucking non-stop beating his ass, and he's like...
Pull back.
All right. That's enough of a warm-up. You're only human after all. You'll be no match for them.
I'm never gonna get a posture break on this guy. Like, dude, what is that posture? Jesus Christ. I hit that, dude. What is hitting me?
You've made it far. But I will not allow you to defy Lord Yoritomo so easily.
Stronger than expected. Not like this.
Finish him.
You put on an excellent display. You may have ruined my plans, but I have taken the measure of your strength. I will share this with Lord Yoritomo at once.
Getting carried by NPCs. Dude, I don't know what they were thinking, making it so the bosses are like, how are you supposed to break that guy's key? Like, ever. That shit is absurd.
I see. Shizuka claims Yoritomo was behind the palace's hellish transformation. The fighting shall only escalate if we do not put a halt to his schemes. Purify the remaining barriers and make haste to the palace.
Bosses do so little damage. Well, if you rush the main story in this game, I think you're gonna have a rough time, to be
far
honest.
from an easy opponent. Someday, this score must be settled.
Yeah, you can put chaos on him. I think chaos is kind of bad now, though. Apparently there's like a new chaos if you apply 4 elements at once. But that I don't know, applying 4 elements at once seems really difficult.
Someday.
A little more. If I can just use this amulet.
The dung ball prevents key regen? Oh. Yang position 2. Oh, right. So you don't get 2 summons, but you get like the extra skills from it, I think. Oh, do you actually can summon 2? Oh, wow. Not at the same time. Well, yeah, but you get... That's really nice. I mean, they're so strong. Chat breeds negativity. I mean, people are allowed to say their opinion, man. Like, not everybody... This isn't a yes man stream. Like, people are allowed to say their opinion. Are you sure about that? I mean, if somebody's being like super, like, if somebody's being super toxic or like really, really mean, yeah, I'm gonna ban them. Like, but if you don't like a game, you're allowed to say it. It's fine. Isn't there a way to get like more item slots? There's way too many items in this game. I have no idea why they thought it was a good idea to only give you 2 by default. It is like not enough. Can't you get more like can't you turn it on in the settings like more item slots? Because I only have 8 right now. I don't know where the where the setting is. Oh, menu settings. How do I get to these other chests? Oh, it's a spirit vein that I don't have unlocked. The master over here. How do I get over here as well? Oh, it's another spirit vein. Really don't want to fight this crab. Alright, probably equip some better gear. Alright, where am I going? There's like a bunch of stuff over here, like quests. I guess... Oh, this is where the third barrier is. I guess we should go back this way. I guess we can go that over there. You don't use quick casting spell? Are you talking about the skill? I saw that there was like a skill to... Wait, is it a skill? I don't know. There was like something that makes you like cast faster, but I don't remember if I have it. Isn't it like a skill that you have to like learn? Wasn't it? It was like down... Or wait, is it in this tree? Dude, I have so many points. What the fuck? 35? Jesus. Ooh, Mountain Breaker Lightning. That seems cool. Thing is, I don't have that many skills that I can even, like, learn. Because I haven't done these, like, Way of the Warriors and stuff. I really don't like the spin that much, actually. Yeah, Switchglaive is a lot of fun. I thought I went this way. I was over here before, I thought. Maybe not. Or no, I was like going this way and then I turned around and went the other way or something.
Please have mercy! How horrific. We must finish this now. The damage spread even farther.
The people of Kamo asked us to come here, but look at what's happened.
Every last one of them is dead.
Honestly, I feel like using the gun is like faster to kill enemies in a lot of the cases. Not always, but
Kamo's mages are here.
What's this?
The Kamo on Nioh Mage's corpse is nowhere to be found. There should not be a significant gap in strength between him and Abe. Whatever the case, we must press on.
oh, what is this shrine? I guess I can't get to it right now. I'll like jump across or something. Wait, no, I was... Wait. Oh my god, I'm so confused. I was over here before. Wait, what? How did I don't understand. How do I get up here? I guess that works. I'm like shocked that worked. I mean, oh, you can crawl under it. Let's see. Ascension. The ninjutsu damage dealt in proportion to how long you remain airborne. Oh. Well, I'll buy it. I mean... Find more skips. Yeah, that was a massive skip. Okay, let's do some of the dojo stuff, I guess. And I did one dojo mission. I got the other ones, I just never ended up doing them. Which I should have, because I know that they're important in the other games, but...
right, let us begin. That was quite a fight.
I mean, some of the best skills are like locked behind these dojos, so.
Let me take a look at your progress.
Excellent job.
All right, let's go to the rift. Hey, Baxi, thank you for the Prime sub, man. What is this thing? Hey, how'd it go? Puffer puss form?
Well, I'm sure you but remember now.
A myth? Wait.
Tell me. Well, since you're here, perhaps you have heard of a T-Bowl. It was a magnificent celadon. It was ultimately of course. Still, if it is to be found.
He wants us to find a bowl for him. These guys have new stuff? No, I already bought all these. Okay.
My thanks. Ugh. But with this new technique, I get this feeling. Someone must have surely. Have you truly been to the Heian capital? Some say 3 legendary blades. If you've all 3, I feel smithing's
3 legendary blades. Okay.
Now this is that's right. Their name went to. Thank you. Mikazuki Munachika. Swords offered Mikazuki Munachika. I'll leave a hint. Here's hoping I can be of even more
Oh,
use
soul
to you.
match. That's what you guys were saying. Oh, it like... Wait, how does this work? Yellow soul ores. I don't have that. Oh, soul extraction, I see.
Do come again. Welcome.
Whatever. Oh, that, maybe I went a little overboard with that. Well, we have 200,000 soul ores. Doesn't seem like it does that much. Oh, I see. Soul matching cost. Oh my god, wait, that's a fuck ton of gold. Holy shit.
Be seeing you.
Alright, well, I'm not gonna worry about that right now.
You did it would so
Target.
On me of dumb in have if it
Well, I got the Adept Omyo. What about the ninja one, though? Why didn't he give me the ninja one? Or the warrior one? Oh, I have to talk to them more. I already... Oh, yeah, again, yeah.
This time, I will serve as your opponent.
Move is really nice.
Your swordsmanship is exceptional. Let's call it here.
Yo, thank you for the gifted sub, Anonymous.
Your opponent will be stronger this time.
What does that do? Makes him explode when he dies, I guess. Oh my god. still have my bombs.
No match for you.
Forgetting about skills? What do you mean? Yo, Ludwig, Studwig, thank you for the 5 months. Doing base moveset. Yeah, I don't, well,
What you are
I don't really have that many skills is the thing. Like, I have like, I mean, I have a few, but like, most of the time I end up using them and I'm like, this isn't even any better than just using base moves.
Now he's very good. Come on. You are exposed. That could cost you your life. Excellent fight, my lord.
Should be able to get a lot of new skills now that I did all these dojos though. Hopefully. Rage. Oh, wow, this seems really good. Yeah, it's just most of the skills don't, like, I don't know. I'll be honest, a lot of the time whenever I'm using skills, especially on bosses that are, like, super aggro, a lot of the time I use them and I'm just, like, I don't feel like they're any better or they take too long and then I just get fucking destroyed because I try to go for, like, a skill that takes too long to, like, to actually get off. Oh, mid-stance only. Oh, this is cool. Oh, Frost Moon, I see. Poison shuriken, paralysis shuriken. A wall. Ooh, I want the enhanced shrapnel bomb. I don't really know if I like the storm kunai that much. Yeah, you mentioned that the other day. I mean, it's not really a big deal. Should probably turn that on, though, I guess. All right, here we go. Cicada shell seems pretty nice, actually. Upper puss form. Yeah, I mean that's what I do, Axel, but even then, like, you know, I would get the enemy out of key, and then I would try to do my mad spinner move on the axe, and half the time the enemy would just jump backwards, and then the entire thing fucking misses, because, like, let's say I'm in mid stance and I break their key, and then I go to high, I like switch to high stance, instantly try to like do the skill, and then they just jump away, and then I'm just sitting there spinning like a fucking idiot. What's up, Althir? Thank you for the 2 months, man. I feel like in the demo, the spinner was really good. Maybe they nerfed it. I don't know. Well, Ongball probably already had the game for like 2 weeks. Recorded all of his no-hit fights. If I had to guess.
It's the Camo Mages! Don't come any closer!
They're turning humans into yokai. What kind of atrocious?
Enemy brought us here to eliminate us all at once. I'm ashamed to have fallen for such a cruel scheme. Traveler, I ask that you take this scroll containing my secret arts. I hope it
Love French
aids
onion
you
soup.
in bringing peace to the capital.
Yeah, I mean, I try to use skills, but even like, I don't know, man. It's just, sometimes it just feels easier just to do the base attacks, like when you don't know exactly, I don't know. I feel like you need to know them. Just so many of the skills are just so slow. I feel like it's my issue. Like I want to use them, it's just tough.
I trust you.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I also don't go for like super optimal build necessarily. I mean, look at my stats. I feel like it's nice though to have all your stats leveled up equally because so many of the armors, or wait, I think the armors have effects, right, that are like stat based a lot of the time. So having like the stats to activate the armor bonuses is nice. Equip more weapons. Yeah, I don't really know what other weapon I want to use. Oh, god dang it. Man, this move is so good. Yeah, there's New Game Plus. I mean, you're basically meant to do New Game Plus in this game. Or, well, you're not meant to, but like... New Game Plus is like a big part of the game, I guess you could say. Oh, it's this guy. Got kind of destroyed.
Pitted against giant demons. I'm not going to last much longer.
They fixed the. I haven't had any issues with stuttering personally, but I like this hold Y move. It's kind of annoying though that she fucking screams every time she does the move. Yeah, yeah. What's up? Like my sounds?
Yes.
The demon dance pulverized. Do I have that?
Then just.
Yeah, I don't actually. Oh yeah, demon dance, right? Yeah, I'd need to use. Like, honestly, I find it. I don't know if I should like. I don't know. The control scheme I'm on is. I feel like it's so awkward to key pulse and also be like continuously attacking. Like I always want my thumb on like the. I want my thumb on the analog stick so I can control the camera. But if I do that, then I can't really key pulse, or I can't like, I don't know. So I almost need to like claw grip or something, but I don't want to claw grip.
My word. That, beyond the glacier, must be Matsuo Taisha Shrine. Enveloped by such impurity,
I don't use like
even
the
most
mist
venerable shrine would fall
dash
to
thing
ruin.
as much as I should.
The grounds must border on shambles.
It's just really weird for me to like, something is missing. It's weird for me to use RB to dodge. Don't need to do that when you're in combat. Yeah. I'm just using a PS5 controller. Oh, I have a key for this. Yeah, of course. I had a feeling. Point? Nice. You can actually know if it is. Well, it doesn't matter regardless. Like, even if they are Mujina, you have to open it, right? It's not like they're, like, if you know that it's a Mujina, you can whistle. And it comes out. Oh, okay. I guess that's faster. Did I fight Demon of Pride? I started the fight yesterday, but I left because he was beating my ass and I didn't really want to. I didn't really want to do a 10-minute long boss fight where I die in like 2 hits. I got him to like 40% health, and I don't know, I just didn't really... Oh, what the... Oh my god.
The spirit tree's brilliance protects the city. At least that's what grandmother always said.
I'm poop walking. Bruh. Whoever fucking designed this is a piece of shit. It wasn't that bad. It's annoying when you're walking like so slow though. Wait, so do I have... Do I have the skill? Wait, what is the skill called to make you cast faster? Oh, Awakening, right. I need one more slot. Dang it. I mean, I could take off Enduring Vigor, I guess. Oh, right, you can only have one mastery. No, whatever. We don't need to use versatility. I feel like key sapping follow-up is pretty good. Dual swords, water sword. Yeah, water sword is quite good. Oh, interesting. Relative to the number of negative effects on the enemy. Wait, so did that disable... Oh, no, no. Okay, so the master... You can have one mastery per tree. I don't have any purples for samurai. I feel like I'm doing so much damage all of a sudden. Wait, puffer puss technique. Oh, another one. It's funny, right when I use the skill, I end up getting another skill for it. Can you, like, cancel this?
I fled Matsuo Taisha Shrine.
What are you gonna play tomorrow? Sorry, I'm talking to Lars in chat.
There's nowhere left to run.
Yeah. It's like 10 gold to make a guild. Oh, wait, how much does it cost to make a guild in WoW chat? Probably no one knows. Like a horror game? Like a comedy game? E-Pulse Man. What a weird name. Got the man skill. Yeah, Reanimal on Friday. Larks and I actually have we're doing like co-op in Reanimal for a sponsor. We're like both sponsored.
Damn samurai.
Pretty cool.
Doing whatever you please. To our village.
You can live. My sons believe
Live for 800 years if you eat mermaid flesh. No, don't go. High on Life 2. Yeah, I enjoyed High on Life 1. How many people here in chat actually played that game? I wonder. Dude, the fucking ending to that game. Ending to that game was so stupid. Fucking blasting that guy's asshole open. What, chat? Let's do it.
Holy shit, this is so hot. What? I feel like this ball form is not very good. But maybe the enemies like miss you when you're in that form. I don't know.
What you found. Go! Chase after them! What?
Are you all right? Damn, outlaws. How could they do this to someone young and wounded? This can't be. I thought yokai only existed in folktales.
I hear a scampus. He's on top of the building. He's just a little guy.
I finally got you caught.
Oh, I thought I was gonna die there. Grants a chance for summoning seals to remain unconsumed on use. Oh, wow. That's kind of nice, actually, I feel like. Oh, Hiakoto masks. Those were actually really good. Well, okay, maybe they were really good for Umibozu and Nioh 1. What chance? Yeah. Imagine telling the player the chance. bastard casting on the spells is so nice.
It's done for! Damn it! I've got no choice! Oh, I can't believe my children are saved! May fortune favor Lord Yorizabo!
They turned into yokai, but they...
That shuriken is pretty good. Is this sound level 4 already? Oh yeah. E-bowl.
Here we are. A cherished Tyra teacup. Must be worth a fortune. No escape.
That's good. Yeah, I've had it before. When we were at the... up in Wisconsin. Can't wait for Nioh 4, yeah. Heard it's coming soon. A jar? Oh my god, the travel amulet is so fast with the faster Omeo. What the fuck? That's insane. Damn, that's really nice. Is it on top of the building? Where is this guy? Am I going backwards? Oh, yeah. Well, that's a spirit vein I can't do. I guess we can do this crucible. Oh, my chat's lagging out. Chat? Oh, there we go. Come on, let me up. Wait, how? I don't understand. Why does it sometimes do that move and sometimes it does? Wait, is it? I don't understand. So much shit here, dude. How do I get over there? Maybe I just have to go this way. Thought I already went this way, though.
What? Who's that?
Oh, thought I was gonna die. bombs do so much backstab damage, actually. I just got 4 elixirs from that guy. Holy shit. 4? That's crazy. I didn't know you could get that many. Yeah, I know, Axel. I just don't really know the timing that well. Yeah, I saw in the tooltip it said that you can use it multiple times. Oh wait, this is where I was before, okay. So we came from that, alright, nice.
What are you trying to say? I have nothing for you. Get out of here. Hmm? Huh? Wait! No!
Looks like Tsubaki is out and
We were
on
over
the
here
move
before.
after all. I'm worried. Maybe she's headed for the village.
I feel like I'm so strong all of a sudden, like, I'm just doing so much damage. At the start of the zone, I felt like kind of weak, but now I'm feeling like I'm doing so much. Glad you're feeling better, John. Dude, that damage, holy shit. Those bombs are doing like 5,000 damage apiece. I don't know what's over here. I guess we can go back and finish this, like, quest thing first.
Well, did you hear about my biscuit falling ill? It must be the work of that strange woman living with him. Get away, you frightful thing! Leave this place now! If you don't, I'll send for the samurai. What? Stop! Let go!
Oh, I knew the villagers would treat her with contempt. Well, if she isn't here, maybe she made for the temple. The temple where we first met, of course.
What's up, Perfect Pants? I'm enjoying it. Just keep me busy until RE9. Yeah, I'm having fun with the game.
Strange woman, baseball cur. You think I didn't know what you were up to?
So Baki, the villagers, the samurai, did you kill them all? What would drive you to do such a thing?
Yeah!
I feel like I'm just doing so much damage now.
Please, I beg you, let Tsubaki go. She must have some reason for doing what she did here. Thank you so much for letting her go. Just knowing that she still lives is good enough for me. Have you ever seen such a huge crow? To the shadows! Hide!
What the? Oh. Should probably change my soul cores soon. Yeah, Nioh 3 definitely feels a bit on the easier side, but I mean, I've still been dying here and there. Some of the boss fights have been challenging. I mean, not like super challenging, but
western edge.
I definitely haven't first tried every fight. Oops.
After encountering that giant crow, though, I believe an impurity is disrupting it. The barrier is in the plaza northeast of the main hall. Be on high alert.
Dried fish. Then it turned into a beautiful woman. I was careless.
wonder how many elixirs I have in storage now. Probably quite a lot. Got to check. Hot spring. Don't you moan in the hot spring, child? The enemy.
Oh.
Do my eyes deceive me? Mountains. What business do Nioh mages have? What are you doing?
It does a lot of damage. Everybody's yelling. Yeah. How many items are there here? What the fuck? There's so many graves here. Holy shit. So many people have died here. Bro, these guys are so annoying. Kappa shell.
Legend has it that a god of sake brewing once set foot here in Matsuo Taisha Shrine. That may explain the endless flow of pure water, yes?
I had a feeling I probably needed to enter from the roof.
Is absolutely sublime.
I think this is like one of the... Why is that chest still showing on my minimap? Do chests not disappear after you've looted them? Looks like there's a side path here. The bug, yeah.
I thought I saw a yucca. But it was just a crow. Maybe it was an illusion.
FPS causes issues with game mechanics. I don't know. I've noticed sometimes my inputs get like dropped in this game. Not really sure why it happens.
Through the Torii Gate.
Some lads today. I don't think we're planning on doing lads, but I mean I'd potentially be down. Lobos was going crazy about input eating. Yeah. I think the game just doesn't like buffer your inputs at all, so it like feels like your inputs are getting eaten, I guess.
can't call them friendly yokai anymore.
Right. Should have grabbed that other shrine in the previous area. Oh, we're here. Okay. Or wait, maybe I... Oh, there was another area to go to. Hmm. Oh, we can go back from this shrine, I guess. Holy damage. I actually don't think you need any dojo for these bombs, Axel.
Unlike Yoritomo, who gave rise to the Crucible, Shizuka is unable to leave on her own. We must aid her with haste.
And that was absurd. Like, we applied chaos and then those bombs did so much damage. That was fucking crazy. We, like, destroyed that guy with the bombs. Yeah, I mean, I feel like Nioh, you always can do absurd damage. It's just using the right tools and setup and stuff. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the chest there. It's weird. Must be bugged. Kind of feel bad killing that boss so fast. Feathers 2.0. Back here. Why so much damage and what's chaos? Chaos is like a debuff. If you apply two different types of elements to an enemy, they will get increased damage and they can't use their, like, well, actually, I don't know if it still works exactly the same. You get increased damage. I don't know if you also get, like, in Nioh 1, it prevented them. Nice. In Nioh 1, it prevented them from doing their key recovery move, but I don't think that's the case here. Yeah, you can just only use, like, ninja if you want. Or samurai. Apparently there's like different tiers to it as well in this game, so you can actually oh, there's a Kadama right there. You can, if you apply like 4 elements at once, you get like a really big damage increase. Apparently. Okay, game. All right. I think we go back here now. Holy shit, this is so hot. We should probably try to get our magic up to 25 so we can use an extra slot. Honestly, all of the ones that I'm using right now are pretty nice. Although melee attack power, I guess, doesn't do anything for me if I'm, like, throwing bombs, potentially, but... Did I kill the demon right next to me? I don't know. I purified all the barriers, so I think so.
You've arrived, Lord Takachio. I thank you, Lord Takachio. Now, we can approach the palace. But if my brother is here, the spirit tree may be in danger. Would you enter the crucible and stop him?
No, I can't do the spirit vein. It's like... Or actually, wait, maybe I can now? It's like inside this blue thing. Unless I'm just blind or something. There's a hole over there with some crazy demon lady in it. What? Shrine I was just at. I don't know, man.
The tree is aflame. Yoritomo, how dare you?
I mean, I can go back later, I guess.
No. Shizuka would never allow him to do this. Which means... Takachio, make haste. Shizuka is in grave danger.
Underground like this. It's so cold. But what do I do?
Oh, why do these guys have so much loot? There's a crucible wraith back there. What? Why are these guys so tanky? I don't understand. Where is this Crucible Wraith? Is it bugged again, or is there an enemy I'm missing? Is it below? That's crazy. She does that entire thing and then there's like, I guess leaves a bomb on the ground or something. Bro, what are you fucking attacking? Oh my god. What the fuck? I don't know if I like the puffer ball, to be honest. It's kind of bad. Okay, wait, are these guys infinite spawning? What's going on here?
on. Is happening. Yeah, they definitely toned down. I do think they made the game a little easier. Like, at least when it comes... I don't know, you could die so easily to just, like, random enemies in the other... at least in, like, Nioh 1. And, like, Nioh 2, from what I remember. Just like, if an enemy grabs you in the other games, I feel like you were just fucking dead. Like, they did so much damage. Arm it up.
The spirit tree is just ahead. Quickly, Takechio.
I'll leave this in your hands, Lord Takechio.
It has been too long, Yoshitsune. We are alone. Show no restraint.
Ruthless as ever. Under the guise of justice, you lay waste to the capital, pitting humans against demons!
To rule, one must prove their might. I merely set the stage!
You slew innocent people in order to bring about peace?
You lack conviction. Casualties mount as war rages on. But I will not be swayed! Do your brother one last favor. Suffer in the crucible! And become a spirit stone!
my god, no. Can you actually rest at these? Oh, you can. Let me try a different... Kaimatachi is really nice. I don't know if I have a... Oh, I have a level 81. Or wait, is that the one that I have equipped? Oh yeah, it is. Alright, the Maelstrom. I don't know if I played the Nioh 2 DLCs, Axel. I don't know if I actually ended up, if I ever played them. I did? Oh, okay. Well...
This cold is most fierce.
I might remember. I don't know, it's hard to say. It's hard to remember the names in this game. I wish I had like a plunge attack, or maybe I could put on a plunge attack, I don't know. Oh, if I tap it, I see.
The once gorgeous inner garden is but a shadow of its former self.
Is this guy like, oh, is this a water skill? What is this doing? You can choose it in the menu settings. Number of item shortcut sets. For some reason it's on 2 by default, which is incredibly stupid. Honestly, it should be on 3 or even 4. The game gives you way too many tools for you to only have 8 slots. You like 2? Really? I just feel like there's too much stuff. Like between I mean, I guess if you're not using like Omyo, but like you have 2 spirit summons, and then you also have, I have 4 spells, and then on top of that, like I want a travel amulet equipped, I want spirit stones if I want to use living weapon or whatever it's called. I just feel like 8 is not enough for what I want to do. Abuse magic. I know you didn't like your feathers in Nioh too.
My son is on the other side of the ice! It's no use! The ice is too big to break!
I break these. Yeah, the EI quick draw was so broken in Nioh 1. It's like actually insane how OP that shit was. Yeah, that's fair, Axel. I definitely, like, kind of struggle sometimes. These red enemies are kind of annoying, I'm not gonna... Like, they just... I don't know, they're so, I feel like they're so tanky.
Protecting that lotus. I wish to destroy it, but approaching it is no small task.
I have a lot of Amrita right now. I don't even know where I got so much from. Yeah, this skill that we're using, or this summon, is not good for this at all. Yasha. Oh, that seems like it could be good. Oh, never mind, I can't use it. Jailer Oni. I mean, this one might also do water damage, I'm not sure. Let's see. Probably put on some better gear. Let's see, how is this new one? Still does water damage. Not dead. I don't think I can tap it while I'm falling. Do I have to kill an enemy to get rid of this? Why can't I do this? Or wait. Yeah, no, it doesn't work. Dude, how do I get rid of these spikes? What the hell? Main one. Enjoy your dinner, Axel. game is so confusing. Not as complicated as it seems.
How could anyone burn the spirit tree? It protects the capital.
Man, these crucibles go on forever. I mean, I am looting everything, to be fair, though, I guess. Just the last crucible that I did, I like skipped most of the stuff, so... Where am I going? Is there a pathway that opened up now that I destroyed that crucible spike? I don't know where it is, though. Over by this ogre? Well, Koei Tecmo aren't the ones who made the game. It's the publisher. I don't know if the map helps me in this case. Oh, here we are. Like it's boss fight time.
Damn that fox. Wasting my time. Now the capital is ripe for the taking. An era of peace ushered in by Kamakura warriors is right before us. Yoshitsune, that fool! Abandon your humanity, have you?
Elden Ring will be 4 years old soon as well.
No matter the cost!
By force. Then allow me to respond in kind. Yoshitsune is underling.
If you intend to impede justice,
Hope this guy is not flying. Like,
struck by this darkness and scatter to the
one of the most
wind.
cancer bosses in Nioh 1 was this guy who would like teleport behind you and he like flew in the air. God, he was so annoying.
Crossblades with the leader of a clan. Let's go!
Tried to go for a skill there.
None shall interfere with my cause.
That kind of hurts. He does wind damage though, I think. Hold on. Let's put on, instead of the dung ball, we're gonna put on the windproof amulet. I think he's doing wind damage. I don't know, it's green, so. Revive spell will get a nerf. I don't think so. I mean, it's been in all the other games.
Blades with the leader of a clan. Let's go!
unless phase 2. There hasn't been a single phase 2 boss yet. But maybe.
It seems you are stronger. I must improve.
Like, some of the bosses get new moves throughout the fight, but there hasn't been any fight where it's like 2 health bars anyways.
My earliest memories are laden with death. Accompanied by my martially gifted brother, I set out to rid the world of war. However, Yoshitsune was much too pure, to the point that he could not slay our nemesis. Bloody
Honestly,
as my hands may become,
the preservation talisman is so OP though, for bosses.
I must take rule as Shogun. And see justice come to pass.
Died like 3 times during that attempt, yeah.
Know the fury of the innocent.
They were tactical deaths, yeah. I locked in towards the end of that fight though.
My cause cannot be impeded, Yoshitsune.
Employ the same tactics again, and I will have your head.
The spirit tree.
Spirit's pretty cute though.
This is all we need. Life and hope. Live on.
He needed to go so he could be the final boss later. Yeah, maybe. Oh, we got O.
Even I can understand the path my brother aims to tread. However, I cannot accept a peace brought about through the blood of innocents. I shall remain in the shadows, preventing him from going astray yet again.
There is still we honestly did most of the stuff here. I'm not sure about the spirit vein. I want to go do this base though as well.
Even I can, however, brought her.
Oh.
You should be able to restore the spirit tree with this branch. Come speak to me again when you are ready to depart. Your preparations are complete. Very well. This way.
Yeah, I mean, the Nioh story
Please.
is...
Give it life before you go. Yes.
It's not
with your own hands.
not the most amazing. I don't know about... I mean... I like From Software games because they're very, like, minimalist in their story. Like, I don't really play this game for the story, but I'm not gonna, like, skip the cutscenes in my first playthrough.
The light of hope can continue to shine.
Lord Takachio, you have my gratitude.
The Sony State of Play Thursday will have info on the second DLC for Night Rain. Did they say they're doing a second DLC for Night Rain? Or is that just rumors? Skips everything? I mean, I skipped the dialogue that is just there to just...
The truth lies beyond the light.
Like, most of the dialogue just...
Gaze upon it with your own eyes.
It's just nonsense. You don't... Like, it's just filler. It's like... what is this?
Please, calm down. Don't you recognize me?
I don't know. So much of the dialogue is just like, wow, what a well-fought battle. That was a great bout, my friend. I will see you again soon, after I go and explore this area.
I have never beheld such
Alright, I don't fucking care, dude.
Now, just where might it have gone? To begin, let us pursue the yokai that just took flight.
I forgot to use... Well, this Jizo stuff isn't gonna do anything for me now, because we're gonna be, like, leaving the area soon. Unless... Oh, wait, no, this is the new area. Oh, never mind. Well, that works well then, I guess. Okay. Hold on. I want to go back and do this, some of this other stuff real quick. There's a bunch of spirit veins I still can't access. Oh, can I think I can finally do these now, maybe? Bro, what the fuck is this? I don't understand. Can I break these blue things somehow? Like... Unless... I don't understand. Where's the spirit vein? Am I blind? Like I just don't see it. Underground? Yeah, maybe. I mean, I guess there's a path here that I didn't go down. I feel like I did. No, I'm pretty sure I did go this. Oh, maybe not. Oh, nope, I didn't.
What is this hole doing here?
Oh, maybe this is the demon that the guy was talking about.
That duck! You recognize it, Takachino. I suspect that Oni may have ties to your brother.
Jesus. Alright, well, my bombs are not going to be very good against her. Yeah, I have windproof on, but I can change it. They're just like the ones that you could buy. I can put on fireproof amulet. I bought like 20 of each. I can find where. Bro, what is this? This fucking run back is ass though. Or I mean, I guess it's not that bad. I'm just. It's not that bad. I still wish there was like a shrine down here though. Oh right, I knocked down the log. Duh.
single person in the castle sang my praises, and yet a single word from Lord Ieyasu ensured that Takachiyo would be the next shogun.
You get the death protection buff. It's like a core from one of the enemies.
Wasn't it me?
I don't know, I got it really early.
Takachiyo doesn't
It's a
deserve
little
it.
cheesy, but it's like, I don't know, I mean,
I wanted us to be friendly
I'm just playing the game casual. I'm not trying to do a challenge, bro.
I do so solemnly swear. I will prove with my actions that I should be shogun.
Do a level 1 run, that sounds awful. But yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be in the game if they didn't want you to use it, you know? I mean, as far as I know, that talisman was in Nioh 1 and 2, I think. I'm pretty sure 2. Demon Envy, or... What? Wait, where am I going? Wait a sec. Oh yeah, no, I have... Or no, it's this way. God, I really wish the game had... Like, dude, why is the map not over... Like, they literally have a map. Why is it not on the compass? Never liked it as a mechanic. Well, yeah, I mean, it's really OP, but... I mean, it's part of the game, so... Yo, Karanis, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, man. Ow. Ninja mode feels tacked on. I don't think so. I mean, ninja mode is like very useful.
And perhaps a clue will present itself.
I think ninja mode's really good. I mean, I destroyed one of the bosses earlier today using the ninja mode. Also, this summon is like... Summon is actually pretty good. He hits so many times. Should try the new Guardian Spirit that we got. Yeah, shiny pockets. I mean... I could see why people might say that. But I mean, for me personally, I've been enjoying I like the ninja stance. I use it more than samurai. Although I think it depends on my weapon though. Cause like, when I was using the switchglaive, it was like the opposite. I was using the ninja stance way more. But the tonfas feel really nice. I gotta go in through the roof again? Oh no, I got the key now.
I knew I was right to leave this in your hands. Now, we can proceed past the door. This presence. On your guard.
Expert. Oh my god, we did the triple chaos debuff.
As
the damage.
Come away, Kosa. I shall never forget that fall.
I want to try to get the quadruple
So,
chaos. I need more spell slots
I have
though.
been struck down, and yet in death have I regained my senses. That Kagatoki. He lured me to my former lord's grave, and used his foul arts to twist me into a yokai.
Damn that Kagatoki. Employing the same ruse that was used on the High Priest.
You have my utmost gratitude. Had I not
Yeah,
been
sorry, it's
slain,
call.
my fury
I don't know.
and
The thing is,
would
I don't know if there
surely
was
have
actually
fueled
ever an
my
official
rampage
name
as an
for
Aratama. Come to the estate
it, or I
within
guess
the-
maybe there
and
is.
I
The thing is, I remember in Nioh 1, like I never really knew what. I think I just called it like chaos, because there wasn't like any. I don't think the game ever like even told you about it in Nioh 1. It was just like something you.
Lord Takachio, allow me to thank you once
You can
again.
check in status icons. Okay. Well, yeah, no. I mean, I believe you. Like that's what it's called. Anyways, doesn't matter. But yeah, it's in this game as well. What am I supposed to be doing here? Search for the yokai picture scroll.
Very good. Very good
Oh. Oh, is this a boss? Not this fucking enemy. Oh, the man.
It looks to me like you have some exceptional abilities after all. The string may have lured the... My final work is a picture scroll located at Toji Temple.
Toji Temple? Where the hell's that?
It is said the painted dragon appears so realistic, it leaps out toward the beholder.
How do I get to this
To
master?
think, yokai would see the same. Toji
This
Temple
one is a
stands
spirit
south of
vein.
the capital. Its 5-story pagoda shall guide you.
I want to go north. If I can't go north. I feel like I looked for this before. Oh wait, there's a spirit vein here. Oh right, I was over here before, but he like wasn't here yet, or she.
You have come. I apologize
come.
again for the trouble I... Allow me to... That said, you must learn my tech... Well said. To think I would be able to experience the thrill of combat once more. To battle. Intriguing. But this is just the beginning. Well done. I knew I wasn't wrong
This is
about
just the
you.
beginning. Fusion abuser.
Nothing remains. I shall want.
Thanks, lady. Hey, Jorman, thank you for the 71 months, by the way. Thank you, man. Who's this?
Lord Takachi Gojo Bridge. I briefly... It is said that Benkei hid 3 items. Some, if so, would be whenever we... His focus... Clues should... However, just one...
Oh. Oh, we already found 2 of the items.
Lord Takachio. You...
Oh, I found everything.
Benkei's relics, throw them out. Lord Takachio, fall back. Lord Takachio, this way. Benkei slew a great... The grudges held by the fallen must once again... and split Benkei. Benkei would pleased if you would, having come faced my resolve to fight, but rushing it, I shall hone my...
Gave me some weapons. Oh, a split staff. And we've been using these two weapons for like quite a while now. We actually haven't found any new ones yet. Kind of surprised. We can go down here and get the picture scroll, and then I think we'll go to the next zone. We basically did everything in this zone, as far as I could tell. Crafting is kind of useless in like new game, I feel like. Where am I going? Somewhere over here. Fine, we went too far. Guess it's at the top.
Let's see. Indeed.
Hey, CZL. Thank you for the gifted sub, man. Dude, fuck off.
What's going on? Have we been drawn into the picture scroll? Whatever the case, the yokai before us must be dealt with.
This guy's kind of tanky. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Well, the fire stop talisman is good at least. Taking that so soon. and still get burnt with it. Well, I'm sure it still helps, though, to some degree, right? It's still like damage reduction, isn't it? Do you think about my RE7 speedrun being broken? I haven't had the record in that game for a while.
Oh, you're safe. To think my paintings might kill others. The pain I felt was unbearable. It would be best if you held on to that scroll. You have my gratitude.
There's these gold chests here, but I feel like I... yeah, it's the spirit vein, I think. Is this game difficult to pick up? No, not really. I mean, this is like the I feel like this is the easiest one of the series. I don't know. Some people have said otherwise. So far it feels, but then again, I've also played through all of Nioh 1 and 2, so maybe it's not fair to say. Oh, we got the Demon of Envy core. Yeah, the clan buffs are really, really strong. I'm using one that makes my, like, medicine better. Probably better ones that I could potentially use. The Scampus skill that I found, was it a skill or... The window of opportunity for a successful style burst break. Oh, that's nice. I thought we got O. Oh, it's only for... It's only for samurai. Let me put that on. Oh, here it is. After a successful evade, an illusion of a Scampus will appear for a moment, grow spikes across its body, and attack your enemy. Interesting. Let's try it. I have so many skills, man. good move. That applies a lot of wind. That's actually really good, because then I can use my summon to apply wind and also my spirit attack. This guy is so tanked though, what the heck? Oh, he was a Crucible Wraith, that's why. Damn. Can't believe he did you like that.
Someone like Hiroko, who has no respect for the spirit tree?
Oh, these enemies are back. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, that's my bad. I do not want to fight those guys again. Why do I even still have this skill equipped? This shit is terrible. It's so bad. I guess we could get the bubble. Can apply water then. With that, we could potentially apply 4 elements at once, which would be kind of crazy. What is even happening? What's up, everybody? Thank you so much for the raid, Barb. Oh, that like multi-hits the guy. Did Barb finish it? I saw his title was like finale or something. You beat it? Nice. Yeah, I still got I got a decent bit left, I think. I started like a day later than when it came out, so. Yeah, welcome everybody. I am just playing through the game like a million other streamers. Well, welcome to the stream. Yeah, thanks for the raid. Thanks for the raid, Barb. I know you guys said he had to go, but I'm gonna say it anyways. Oh wait, it was here. Can't wait for me to play Resident Evil. Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm really excited for RE9. Or I was like reading your message at the same time. RE9 is gonna be so fucking sick, dude. Worm enemies. Oh, he was a Crucible Wraith. They are so tanky. Yeah, I am an absolute loot goblin in this game. Even though most of the loot doesn't really actually matter.
Forgive me for failing in my protection. I know you will bring peace.
Oh, I got a Nozuchi core. I kind of want to try that. I do like the water spirit summon though that I was using. Actually felt quite good. Can I actually get to this chest? I think I can. Oh. The chests are different. Hello, Frankie. What's up, man? Tried to speedrun RE4, you beat it 3 times. Nice.
Is that?
Yeah, I love Resident Evil. All the new remakes and like new games have been so good.
Takachio, make haste.
I love the guns in this game. They're so strong.
Who's that?
Code Veronica remake? Maybe. I do wonder what the next remake is gonna be.
Awesome choice, stranger.
A lot of people are saying, like, Code Vein. Yeah, I don't know if I like that summon that much. Doesn't apply any element either. This guy's like really resistant to water for some reason. Does this guy have a butt? Sometimes it's so hard to hit enemies in the ass in this game. Like I don't know why it's so hard, so difficult. But. The scene where Chris hits the rock. I feel like if they remake RE5, they're gonna change that rock. They're definitely gonna like reference it, or maybe still let like I don't know. They're I don't feel I really don't think they would keep the rock punching scene like at least exactly the way it was. Maybe I'm wrong though. Think they will? Maybe. I didn't know where it was. I might have been blind there, I don't know. On the first page, I see. That's what I thought, but I wasn't sure. I couldn't tell which one it was.
Why'd he shut himself in the temple?
Hey, Lagnod, thank you for 11 months, man. I'm actually dead. Oops. Well, luckily I'm 2 feet away from the shrine. Yeah, it might only be the emotes that are on the first page. I need to switch up my moves on this thing, because like... see here. I like Storm of Strikes. I have Shove and the Kick. The Fire. We have a parry. We don't have a Y while dodging or an LB plus Y though. I feel like the Mountain Breaker Lightning is just... I don't know. Yeah, I've been using Storm of Strikes. It's quite good. I don't really think I have any other skills to learn. Oh, this is a while dodging move. Okay, well that's good. I wonder if it auto-equips it. It does. Okay. You can't combo out of it though. Needs to be like at the end. It's kind of annoying. There's an item in there.
It truly is a curse. If only I were stronger. I need more of this dark radiance.
Oh, I need to get some food, man. I'm fucking hungry.
Some wonderful prey has wandered in. Kusanagi!
Let us begin, Kusanagi.
She appears to be possessed by something. But what? But with this much aggression, restraint is not an option.
Guess we should not be attacked. What is fucking going on?
A futile struggle. As long as the power of the dark radiance is mine, you cannot win! I am not finished. I need more of the dark radiance. Ignorant fool. Be burned by the light of the sun.
Grab some bombs, dude. Oh. Oops.
The only hope I had.
Hey, Richie's, thank you for the gifted sub.
I am Takatio. I have traveled through the ages. And I've come to defeat the same enemy.
Could you be?
The spirit tree nurtured a massive spirit stone. This great spirit stone was the source of Yamatai's prosperity. The young king planned to use the great spirit stone for war against a neighboring country.
My god, the spirit
After
stones.
being dethroned by his older sister, he imbued within that
Sami,
land
thank you for the gifted sub.
his desire for revenge. The great spirit stone then transformed into the sinister Crucianite.
Crucianite.
Its destructive power went unchecked, and the embodiment of destruction, Murakuma, was released. The balance between destruction and restoration would not last much longer.
If not for you, I'd have forgotten who I am. I am Himiko. On my honor as queen, I shall defeat the traitor Hiroko.
Game over? No. I think we still have a fair bit left. If we just rush the main story, though, I'm sure we could probably get through the game fairly quickly. Yeah, people said Barb finished. Alright, we need to try... I want to try a new Spirit Guardian on my ninja stance. I'm getting bored of the one I have right now.
You who travel with Kusanagi and hold the guiding mirror, I believe what you have told me. Let us defeat Hiroko together. How much do Spirit Stones give?
want to get enough magic to get one more, like, skill slot. But I need 25 magic for the next slot. We could try something else, too, instead of the Carnage Talisman. I'm not really sure what we should use. Hellfire Talisman? That could be cool. Oh, that's like a giant AoE. Oh, it's from the Demon of Envy. Is there like a better lightning move that I have? Oh. There's Thundershot Storm. Transform your weapon into blades of light. That's cool. God, too much shit. Like I said, I don't get the stats from this anyways. I guess it doesn't matter. I don't think that the talismans get any stronger if you it's like a higher level soul core. I don't think it matters. You can enhance the soul cores, though. Oh, okay, I see. How do you get soul fragments? Oh. Oh, right. Yeah, I remember now. I wish there was... Is there a way to, like... set conditions? We have so many duplicates. I don't even know why you would want so many of these. Right trigger and select yes. I would rather not get rid of all of my soul cores, thank you. God, there's so much shit though. so expensive. Alright, whatever. The menus put you off Nioh, yeah, that's fair.
Rested at the base of that spirit tree, enriching this country with
That
its
is totally
blessing.
fair.
But it too succumbed to Hiloko's
It's like a
influence.
million points to
And it
spend,
is now
but
the source of the dark
we can't get any of these skills
I
yet.
suspect the Crucianite is responsible for summoning
The
that massive
Crucianite.
yokai in the sky.
We need the veteran dojo and some of the martial arts guides. Is there anything new for Axe? Bear's Bane Fire. Oh. Ooh, that looks cool. After a strong attack, okay. Oh wait, I need to set it for the other ones. Loot is exhausting. Yeah, there's just so much fucking loot.
Holy shit, this is so hot.
2B mod? I don't know if there's a 2B mod for this game yet.
The spirit tree is fallen. Spirit stones were supposed to help us win the war. But why? The temple said. Why would they attack us?
Power
This
source.
platform. It should let us cross over to the other side of that issue. It's a wrong move. It seems it has lost its power source. Be careful. This isn't normal blood. This foul aura. It must be coming from the Crucianite.
I wanted to change my guardian. It's nice not getting interrupted when I do that. Can I headshot these guys, actually? I never thought about that. Pretty sure that's in his head. Does not seem very good.
The Queen is spineless. We must use the power of the stones to rule the world.
Oh, is this the Power Stone? Are they weak to water at all? Man, the water buildup from this is terrible. These guys only weaken their front. I actually don't remember how these enemies work. Oh, okay. What the hell is that? Does he not have a back? I think it's his mouth, I guess, is the weak spot. Oh, it's another one of these fucking guys. The enemies are kind of annoying. They're just so tanky. Weakness is lightning. Ah. It's the one thing I didn't try to use yet.
Monsters are knocking on our door. Activate it. Don't worry about me.
Well, yeah. That was greedy. I should have waited. Hey, Macros.
Many things in this temple are powered by spirit stones.
I don't want to go back across the elevator though, so the Guardian Spirit will have to wait.
Close the door! And hold them back, even if only for a moment!
It's right there. can't get to it. Oh. Well, that was easy. Just reminded me, yeah. This guy's immune to lightning. Oh wow, this move? Kinda crazy. That is some really good AoE. There's an item which restores your, like, spell casts as well. I don't remember what it's called. What is it called, actually? I think I went past it already. So, Sacred Brush. They're pretty rare, though. Only open while they're attacking. Oh yeah. Okay, well, that's really stupid. My fault though. You can buy them from the Kodamas. You can't. Yeah, you could buy them, but the thing is they cost. They have like a limited quantity that you can get. Scattered all around the map. I know. I'm not gonna fight that guy. Actually does a lot of fire buildup. I'm having a rough time here. Can make them? Yeah, I think you probably can. That was a skip. Skipper. Where's the Crucible Wraith here? Is it one of those guys up there, I guess? Dude, that move is so good. At least against these guys, that does so much damage. Oh, maybe it's this guy? Who? I'm so confused. Is it, maybe it's, maybe I have to go through the door. I guess it goes further down. I don't know, it must. I mean, I don't see anything else. So. How far am I in the game? I'm on the 3rd map. This is a shortcut. Oh, there is a path there. Oh, yeah. Oh wow, that move does a lot of damage to them as well. They are very weak to elements. Okay, nice. We're doing it. I don't know why I just brought that back down. Probably shouldn't have done that. Oh my. Is that... Okay, why am I fisting? Where's my axe? Oh, there we go. Dude, okay, I don't know, I'm so confused. I pressed down on the D-pad and it just didn't work. Oh my god, I almost just fell. don't know how I survived there. That was so close. I'm lucky. Hey. I was the one who pressed the jump button, alright. Is there an elevator? What is this? That did so much damage as well. What the Why is this? The enemies are so tanky. Like I guess somebody in chat said they're weak to lightning, but like, damn, they're not weak to anything else. They don't even like take damage to anything else. No power source. Oh, hello. God, what is happening? Is a shortcut?
They say the spirit tree was here long before the country's founding. Our way of life, our hopes and wishes for this country. This tree has seen its end. I will not allow such an esteemed existence to meet its end like this. We must hurry.
Oh, okay, we're here. I see. It is a shortcut. Alright, I'm going to change my guardian spirit, because I've been wanting to do that for a while. I can't use... I guess we can use Tengu. We have like... we have too many skills at this point, man. I actually think I'm supposed to jump onto this thing. So many enemies here. Oh gosh. Telling you to keep us, yeah, the tutorials never stop.
What are you doing? Bathing? Now is not the time for a leisure.
Come on, get in here.
I do appreciate your help, but time is of the essence.
Killed so many enemies. What level am I? 95. That's bad. That is very cool. That was just me being greedy. I would have killed that guy no problem if there wasn't a fucking random red spirit that grabbed me. Where am I actually supposed to go here? Because wait, do I have a power core to put in? No. Do one of these guys drop it, or am I blind? Is there one over here? Oh, there it is. I really like this follow-up move. The fire. Can't remember what it was called. Some like axe fire attack. It's really good though.
When we were young, we often
Hey,
slipped
Pagan
into the
Hammer,
temple.
thank you for the 5 months.
How our mother used to scold us. We'd use the sentries as footholds and
So
climb
to
onto the
skip?
branches of the spirit tree. Pelico will surely be there, at the end of this path.
Tipo qua?
E ti butti giù da fanculo.
Oh, what the heck?
Perché ha perso la vita?
Whoa, what the...
That is janky as fuck. How is he doing? I wonder if... Is he playing on like keyboard mouse? Because I don't think... I can like normally... I don't know how he's like opening up the... He's like he's like... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how he did that. Have I tried auto-looting? Yeah, I don't really like it. The auto looting is like slower.
Kiriko, you traitor! I have come to defeat you!
How will you do that without any power? The light that sullies darkness is still here. Perhaps you got to. My kind and foolish sister. Slaughter you both!
Against Kusanagi, is human strength sufficient? Nonetheless, I'm prepared to fight. Then let the dark radiance permeate everything! You will know the power of the Dark Radiance! Perhaps you got my kind and foolish sister. Then I shall slaughter you both!
why does he do this so often? He's fucked.
It's meaningless, all of it. Impossible.
Still not finished. I would be surprised if it wasn't.
No matter what, I must sacrifice.
He's gonna die in the cutscene.
I will stop you.
My return is inevitable. Bring that day in fear.
Yuriko has been trapped in the Eternal Rift. Eventually, Hilika will break the seal and rise again. And when he does, the power of the Spirit Tree will be our only hope of defeating him. I will serve as the Spirit Tree's guardian until that time comes. Now then, you should return to your time. Come speak to me when you've made your preparations.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't really think there's... Is there even like a map in this zone? Oh.
Has the threat posed by the Crucianite finally passed?
Hey, Red Planet.
Some still remains. I must return.
I will stand watch over Hiriko with the Spirit Tree. Even if it costs me my humanity.
Huh?
That is odd.
Our spirit is so cute.
Why are you still here? The castle has fallen to yokai.
There was actually like a Scampus plushie at the... I think it was a Scampus plushie at the... when we went to go visit Koi Tecmo.
We must escape these halls before all else. I'll clear the way. Escape underground.
I think it was like a... like... I don't know if that was publicly available.
Seems we find ourselves at the day Edo Castle fell. But Kinematsu is nowhere to be seen. Things have changed, though perhaps only slightly. I will not be defeated this time.
Oh, interesting. The previous area that we did wasn't even, like, on the map.
You must remain vigilant. The castle is infested with yokai. I will do whatever it takes to defend you.
I don't know if I really like the ninja stance that I have here. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Does not feel great.
That was a superb display of skill. Your improvement is remarkable. I don't see any other yokai. We should head toward Master Hanzo while we can.
There's ninja style head stances. Yeah, I kind of do, and I also kind of like that it's a little bit simpler
Now, when did
as
you
well.
acquire such a technique? You look far more grizzled as well.
I don't know.
As though you've been through a great deal.
Why this dojo of all places? Maybe someone's after Lord Takechio.
Try some new spirits. I don't know if I can use the Gaki Chief. Oh, I can. Guess we could try that. The Sentry. It only hits once. I mean, maybe it does a lot of damage, but... I feel like the summons that deal Elemental are like the best. Oh yeah, we could try the Demon of Envy. Oh wait, no, we have that for Hellfire. Red Kappa. This one has paralysis on it. Could do the Jailer Oni Hellfire, I guess, instead.
Lord Kurimatsu
Yeah, I
was
mean, that's
always
true.
favored by his father, Lord Hidetada. I can only
If it doesn't,
imagine
I mean, if it does
pleasure
enough
of Lord
damage, then yeah, it
Takechio
doesn't
being
really
chosen
matter.
as the next shogun.
Master Hanzo, you are alive! Please, leave the rest to us!
My wounds may nothing stop you.
It didn't take you long at all.
You mustn't die here.
Try not to. What about the soul core? Oh, that's oh my god, that just did. How much did that do? Like 3,000 damage or something? I don't know about that move, man.
Everyone, ready yourselves!
Another one. Oh. I wanted to fight him.
To think you have come into your own so swiftly.
Your blade no longer wavers. Even Lord Eas, who led this land to peace after an extensive war, cannot escape time's cruel grasp.
As his final act, he entrusted everything to a young lord.
A gentle soul who favored the arts. The future seemed daunting.
But our faith in Lord Yeyasa did not waver, and we wholeheartedly supported his decision.
And so, I've turned an artist into a slayer of yokai. Hard work does pay off.
Our presence would only delay you, Lord Takechio.
Please hurry below ground, my lord.
Uhin. I wonder if that's for ninja or samurai. Oh, Nikomata as well. I'm guessing with these, a bunch of the spirit veins probably unlock now.
The gate has been destroyed. But I bet you could make your way over it.
Yeah, I think so.
I'll hold off the yokai from here. Don't waste your worries. I'll be along as soon as I'm done.
Get another spell now. Or another talisman. Shockwave talisman. Oh, these ones are kind of nice. The rejuvenation, I think. Though I kind of want to see... Life Seal Talisman is probably good as well, depending on what I'm fighting. It's kind of situational, though. The Hellfire Talisman is sick. I guess we could put on Geyser Shot. Likes the magic? Yeah, I mean... I like to use that. I feel like Nioh's at its easiest when you use everything, right? Like, I don't know. I was saying before, but I'm not trying to do a challenge run. Like...
They certainly were surprised to see how much you've grown. Fret not. With their assistance, none will stand in our way.
Wow, that's really good.
We're almost there. Are you prepared?
A lot of dead people here. There's so many dead people here. Jeez.
Strength and superiority are what make a shogun. And I have both!
Strength alone is not enough to win this war!
Then tell me, what makes a shogun? It is I who will be shogun! Only I am fit for the seat of shogun!
This move's so bad.
Are you really Takagi?
Hit by my water balls. Shit on.
Prepare yourself!
Wow. After effect. Try.
Only I am fit for the seat of Shogun.
So aggressive. I don't know what that move is supposed to do. I'm dead. Boss is so aggro. I kind of want to change my guardian spirit. I really don't like the guardian spirit that I have. Actually, you know what? Let's do that. I don't know if I used Guian or not. It's the newest one. Yeah, we can try him. Get at the start. Okay, I was gonna say, you know what? No, all right, maybe I'm not gonna use Guian. I don't know. I was using the. Okay, wait. That's the one where you just do like a 8-handed blade. It's just like a claw attack in front of you, right? I mean, it's good. It is good. It does like stagger the boss quite a bit. Alright, I don't know if I should use... I probably shouldn't use the, like, survival talisman until we get his health lower. Also, what type of damage does this guy do? Earth, I think? Or wind? Or no, he does lightning. Lightning and wind? Maybe. Alright, that's my bad. Sorry, dude. Similar to water sword. Yeah, but you can't like... Yeah, I was using that for like for quite a while. I don't even know what is like happening when he does that attack. This guy's fucking key. This guy's key regen is absurd.
You? Are you really Takechi?
What a bomb. That's not what I want. Oh, that does good damage. Dude, what is that move? It doesn't do any damage. I tried. Oh, it's so fast. Oh.
Fall to you.
All right. I feel like I wasn't that close. I feel like I wasn't that close to that move. I want to use the axe on this guy, but I feel like it's like he's so... I feel like I barely have like punish windows. And if I stop attacking him for like a split second, he'll just jump out of my moves.
I am fit for the seat of Shogun.
What is this?
Are you real, Takachio?
Made myself miss that fucking move. Dude, look at this guy's fucking key regen. What the fuck is that? Oh, I forgot it's the double hit. You bastard!
No! I will be Shogun!
Yo, Nameless, Rippin, Batos, thank you for all the subs, guys.
Impossible. Takachio.
Are you not destined to be Shogun?
Oh no.
I will be Shogun.
No.
The Crucianite holds a millennium of hatred. The stone cannot be broken.
Takachio! Himiko cannot be allowed to win!
Must you always interfere? Chemical!
The light of hope lies unseen at the end of time. Go now!
New era.
Nothing but ruins. Is this not the capital? Perhaps someone has once again called forth the Crucible.
Oh God. The axe or the hammer, you do a quick attack and key pulls, then you jump and take out the weapon midair and spam square. Well, wait, what do you mean take out the weapon midair, though? Because... Oh, the ranged weapon, right. Oh, you take it out and then spam square, okay. That is so cursed. I feel like this is gonna kind of like break the game, no? Because couldn't you like get? I feel like you could like get out of bounds using this. Well, I guess it depends how big the like invis walls are, but I feel like you can definitely. Oh, maybe not. I don't know. It seems like there's like a limit. Maybe it doesn't actually. Feels like you could almost like float over stuff, but maybe not. Reached level 100. Alright, chat. I think I might call it a day here. I don't know. We have this entire area. I figure this is probably a good stopping point. I kind of want to go get some dinner. We just made it to a new zone, so we will stop here and then continue with this. You have a feeling this area is the last one? I don't know. Maybe. I feel like there might be one more after this. I mean, we're only... I don't know, we're only like 15 or 20 hours. I don't know how long into the game we are. Like... Yeah, we'll see. We shall see. How much did I explore the first region? I did like all of the... if you're talking about the demo, or... Wait, no. No, well, the demo was just this section or whatever, but yeah, no, I mean, there's like some stuff I didn't get. It's annoying because all these fucking chests are here, but I'm pretty sure I looted them. But yeah, I did most of the stuff. I still need to go fight this boss here though. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow to start the stream. can filter them. I mean, I could, but the thing is, you still, like, you don't want to turn off chests. Wait, is it on, like, an area by area basis? Nah, I don't really want to do it right now, Axel. I'm really hungry. Also, I think we can go back now and do some of these spirit veins. Yeah, we could go fight this master. This spirit, yeah, we could do like a bunch of the spirit veins that we couldn't before. Can do them now. I wonder if I can do the veteran dojo. It looks like I can. The dung lover. Jesus. I kind of just rushed through this crucible, though. Probably should go back and do these. I don't know, it's not that big of a deal, honestly. Guess we missed one here as well. But yeah, I mean, we did a good amount. Yeah, I know you have to do it as a mission. I don't know if I'm gonna do New Game Plus or not. I don't know, we'll see. Reanimal is coming out in like 6 days, so... No, I like that the map shows all the stuff. It's just annoying because the chests are bugged. Like, the chests, even after you loot them, they show up on the map, so... You don't really know which ones you've actually looted or not. What comes out? It's a game called Reanimal. It's a new game by the Little Nightmares devs. Well, the Little Nightmares 1 and 2 devs. I mean, I still gotta beat the game in the first place, yeah. And I don't know. I feel like I might, like, I like Nioh 3 a lot, but I feel like I just end up getting kind of burned out. I don't know. Just the loot, the loot system, and just... I like Nioh, but I don't know. Well, we'll see how I feel after I beat the game. I don't know. Yeah, the loot is just... It's just like a never-ending cycle of just looting a bunch of shit to get, like, slightly progressively better upgrades. They're to disassemble and get levels on weapons. Yeah, it's just like a perpetual grind, you know what I mean? Like, after I beat Elden Ring, you know, I was like so excited to make a new character and try out like different things, but I feel like by the time I'm done with this, I'm like I don't know. Well, again, we'll see how I feel. I don't know. I'm gonna go get some dinner though, chat. We had an auto collect loot. There is an auto pickup option in the game, actually. There's just so many enemies in this game, like going through New Game Plus. I mean, I guess in New Game Plus, you just rush only the bosses, and you don't bother, like, I don't know, when you do New Game Plus, I actually don't know how that works. Like, do all of the collectibles reset in New Game Plus? Or do you keep all your the collectibles and like the chests reset. There's more differences in New Game Plus? Yeah.